The Midnight Messenger. Jennifer is taking care of her elderly mother who is critically ill. One night, she sees something on her mother's bedroom video monitor that gives her goosebumps.
Okay.
Did you hear it? In the middle of the night, a quiet little female voice seems to whisper, "Come," and the elderly woman seems to raise her hands and responds, "Okay." Then again, we hear the quiet little voice clearly say, "Mama."
Okay.
The woman's daughter Jennifer says that she believes that this is the voice of her sister who passed away in 2017. She believes that her sister is there to comfort their mom as she passes over to the other side.
Okay.
Child's play. A young woman named Stephanie posted a cute video of her toddler just playing around, crawling over their couch and having fun. Later, she posts her video to the internet so her friends and family can watch her son play. But then, viewers begin to notice something in the video that gives them the chills.
Prueba de cocodrilo. Oh, sí, lo siento. Pero ¿cómo soltará Snickers? Ya sé. Ven aquí, Coco. Sube sobre mis hombros. Vamos. Ya sé. Ven aquí, Coco. Sube sobre mis hombros. Ya sé, ven aquí, Coco. Sube sobre mi...
Did you see it? Viewers spot some strange little figure peeking around the baby's playpen, right next to the floor. Stephanie says that she never noticed this little figure before she posted the video and viewers mentioned it. She says that no other children were anywhere around, and she has no idea who this little peeking figure is. But if you notice, her child starts to head into the room, then he exits quickly. But later he walks right back in like nothing is there. So just who or what is this? You decide. Next up, here's a creepy video filmed by a woman named Nicole of her young son Hendrix. Now what is really odd here is that the little boy seems to actually react to something that we can't see. When little baby Hendrix opens the door, a creepy voice seems to whisper, "Yes." And the little boy just shuts the door in the spirit's face and nopes his way right back out of there. Now, shocked and slightly amused viewers of the clip decided to add their own subtitles, which actually sound pretty accurate. Just listen. So did the little boy hear the voice of a spirit? And did he indeed just say nope to a ghost? Tell me what you think. The fourth floor. A young woman named Aria is staying at an old hotel in Virginia. One night around 10 p.m., she's walking back to her room when she notices a strange-looking man following her. She starts to record with her phone, pretending that she's on a video call to try to scare the guy away. But it doesn't seem to work.
Okay.
Aria says that she heard the man's footsteps behind her start to get faster, and she thought that he was chasing her. So she runs and starts screaming for help. But now this is when things start to get weird, because viewers begin to notice that if you slow down the video at a couple of key moments, no one can be seen chasing Aria. And so now we cut to a completely different TikTok account, one made by a guy named Tony who is a maintenance worker at this very same hotel. Tony sees Aria's video online, so he goes to check the hotel security footage. He finds this.
Y'all, so here's video of that girl that posted, and I'm gonna let y'all know now, it gets really weird. It's like she acting like she's running from something or hiding from something, but there's literally nobody else in the frame. Like she tweaking.
Yeah, it is weird.
And the elevator door is not even closing. Like she playing hide and seek or something.
In the video, we see Aria running down the hall and then cowering in the elevator. But again, no one can be seen chasing her. Strangely, the elevator doors just won't close, so Aria runs out. Tony says that the front desk clerk said that Aria did eventually make it downstairs. She left in an Uber without a word. So now, Tony is curious as to just what might have happened to make Aria run away. He finds the girl's room number and goes up with a coworker. What they find is truly disturbing.
It's like all my stuff is just left here. It's crazy. No, this shit's ridiculous. What the heck is this doing in here?
Yo, hold on, y'all. Why the f is this in here? Hold this. Yo, y'all. This is crazy.
All of Aria's luggage is still in the room. Even stranger, the room looks like it has been ransacked, with things strewn all over the floor. Weirdest of all, Tony finds something commonly called an underdoor tool. This device is often used by criminals to break into hotel rooms with a latched door. So now Tony thinks that someone might have been in Aria's room, and maybe there actually was someone chasing her. He goes back and takes a closer look at the hotel security footage. What he finds chills him to his core.
All right, y'all. So I went back and was looking at the video of that girl from the other day, right? Because I'm thinking maybe somebody must be following her. Just keep watching the screen right here, man. I saw something that just... That's just the housekeeper down there. Right there. Right there.
I don't know what that was.
This is crazy. And y'all think that's crazy? Watch, keep watching like right by that door right there, by that table. Keep watching right over by there. My hand is shaking. Right there.
What is that?
What the heck? Bro, that's a rock from that table right there. Those are stones and those in bowls right there by that table. And that one of them stones just fell on the floor.
And there's no way that should happen because there's no wind in there.
Wind ain't even gonna do that though. This is crazy, yo.
Just a few minutes after we see Aria running down the hall, we can see a strange, unexplained shadow that seems to...
Even gonna do that though. This is Yo, this is crazy, yo.
Just a few minutes after we see in the hallway, in the hall,
Yo, this is crazy, yo.
just a few minutes after we see Arya running down the hall, we can see a strange, unexplained shadow.
Wind ain't even gonna do that, though. This is crazy, yo.
Just a few minutes after
Do that, though. This is crazy, yo.
just a few minutes after we see Arya running down the hall, we can see a strange, unexplained shadow that seems. A few minutes after we see Arya running down the hall, we can see a strange, unexplained shadow. Just a few minutes after we see Arya running down the hall, we can see a strange, unexplained shadow. Shadow that seems to speed off down the hallway in the same direction. Shortly afterwards, a stone from a nearby decorative bowl mysteriously launches off the table and lands in the hallway floor. Now, Tony says that he doesn't know exactly what happened here. He says that he has never experienced anything like this while working at the old hotel, but he has heard strange, unexplained sounds from time to time.
Keep in mind, there's no construction going on. Nothing.
So was some real person with bad intentions chasing Arya? Was this something supernatural? Or is it all just a very elaborate hoax? As always, you decide. This next video was sent in by a Nuke's Top 5 viewer, but unfortunately it was posted to the internet without a source. So the story goes that a woman claimed to have a doll that was haunted, and she said that she would often catch it moving all on its own. After being asked repeatedly by viewers, she decided to point a camera at the doll and live stream the entire thing. Around an hour in, with skeptical viewers watching closely, there was a bit of movement. Watch closely. Now, the doll doesn't actually move, but the items surrounding it in the storage closet fly violently across the room, and even on top of the doll. Viewers have speculated that because the doll was buried in the debris, that the woman's doll isn't even actually haunted, but perhaps her house is. However, others claim that the supernatural activity is centered around the doll, and some even claim that they saw the doll move in the video before everything came crashing down. But without a source, we'll never know. So, what do you think? Get out. A guy named Carter moved into a new fully furnished rental house. But not long after he moved in, he began to experience strange things and hear unexplained noises. Late one night while he's asleep in bed, he hears the creepy sound of what seems to be someone hitting keys on the piano in his living room.
Who's there?
Carter decides to lay on his living room couch to try to figure out just what is going on with the piano. As you might imagine, it did not go well.
Dude, what the f?
The piano plays again and a chair moves, and Carter decides that he's had about enough. He decides to leave the house to stay with a friend, but as he is leaving, he manages to capture this video. As Carter heads for his car, he sees his TV flickering and his lights randomly turning on and off inside his house. Now, usually when people watch these videos, they say, well, if the place is so haunted, then why wouldn't he just move out? Well, that's exactly what he did. Carter moved right out of that house. And the end of this haunted story, I guess. The thing down the hall. Oscar Nunez says that strange, unexplained things have been happening all around his home. He believes that some sinister presence has attached itself to his family. One night, he and his wife return home to find something truly bizarre. For some odd reason, there are flies swarming all over their house. Oscar says that he can't think of any rational explanation. Another late night, and Oscar's son has fallen asleep on the living room couch. The young boy wakes up and sees something that chills him to his core. Oscar's son wakes up after he hears a strange noise and runs to his parents' bedroom, crying and wailing in fear. The young boy tells his dad that he saw someone scary in the hallway. But did you see it? When Oscar checks his security footage, he sees a large figure that looks like a man just standing in the hallway, staring at his son. Even weirder, whatever this is just seems to disappear into thin air. Oscar Nunez says that he and his family have no idea who or what this is. Unleashed. A couple in West Virginia owns a little pet shop, and they usually let one of their older dogs wander around the place. But one morning when they
I would move out if it were me. If I had a kid.
come in to open up, something seems wrong. The dog isn't his usual happy self. Instead, he's curled up in his bed, trembling, and absolutely refuses to come out. The shop owners are worried and they check the security cameras to see what might have spooked the little dog. They find something truly bizarre. At around 11:30 p.m., the camera shows the little dog wandering aimlessly through the dark pet store. Suddenly, out of nowhere, something seems to actually launch the dog sideways, hard, almost as if he was kicked. Thankfully, the pup wasn't seriously hurt. But was this some weird freak occurrence? Or does the pet shop have a guest that no one can see? Next up, a guy named Angelo says that some seriously strange things have been happening in his house in Tenerife, one of the Canary Islands of Spain. Angelo says that one night his dog Nala started acting very weird, as if something had given her a serious scare. Curious and a little worried, they decide to check the security footage. What they find is downright chilling. In the video, little Nala seems upset by something off to the side of the room. Something that we can't see. Nala starts backing away, clearly frightened. Then, suddenly, something seems to violently yank the collar right off the dog's neck. Angelo posted follow-up videos to prove the footage wasn't fake. He showed that the clip came directly from his security camera, and he even demonstrated that Nala's collar is extremely difficult to remove. It doesn't just fall off. Angelo says that since the incident, his poor little dog Nala is a nervous wreck. He says the dog refuses to stay alone and now insists on sleeping in their bedroom every night. As for Angelo, he's added 2 more cameras around his house because he thinks that whatever pulled that collar off is still there, and he plans to catch it on camera. If you see something that you think would be perfect for the top 5, email me at nukestop5@gmail.com. You can also tag me on TikTok at nukestop5official, and be sure to tag me only at nukestop5official because there are a lot of fake accounts on there. Scream. Jorge Cruz claims that he is haunted by a dark entity. He says that many strange paranormal things have happened to him, but nothing as crazy as what he recorded late one night near the end of December. Just as Jorge is about to go to bed, he hears strange noises and gets up to investigate. And that's when things take a terrifying turn.
I swear to God, there was like some... What the f is that? What the f is that? You gotta be kidding me! Who goes there? Who goes there? That cannot be real. What the f? You gotta be kidding me. What the f was that? You gotta be kidding me. Oh, you gotta be messing with me. I swear to God, this gotta be a joke. Whoever's in here, I command you to leave in the name of Jesus Christ. I ask you to leave now. Oh, oh, I got adrenaline going right through my body. What the is that? What the who goes there? You gotta be kidding me. Wasn't this close? Oh, gosh. What the is that? Guys, you gotta be kidding me. What's the thing? Oh, I'm getting a headache badly. I'm getting a headache badly. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, no.
Jorge hears strange blood-curdling screams, and as he goes in search of the source, he starts to hear loud banging and the sound of something moving around. Jorge himself starts to scream even louder than the ghost. And finally, Jorge re-enters his kitchen to find that even though the room had been in perfect order just seconds before, now all of his cabinets are open and his furniture seems to have been tossed to the floor. So is Jorge experiencing a violent haunting by an evil entity or a poltergeist? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. A woman named Natalie who lives in the UK with her family says that lately strange things have been happening in their home. Natalie says that Recently, they have been doing renovations in their older house, and she believes that all of the activity might have disturbed something in the home, something dark and sinister. One night while her son is sleeping, this happens. Some unseen force seems to grab Natalie's son by his ankle and pull him right off the bed. The boy cries, and as if he is speaking to someone that we can't see, he says, "I don't like it. No." Natalie says that her son then ran into their bedroom crying and said that there was a man in his room. Obviously, we can see that there was no man in his room, so just who or what pulled the boy's leg? You decide. Late one night, Sarah Vargas is relaxing at home in the apartment that she shares with her dad in Colombia. Suddenly, she hears something from the apartment next door that is truly bizarre. Disturbing, desperate screams can be heard coming from her neighbor's apartment. Shocked witnesses on the street are quick to call police, worried that it might be a case of domestic violence. But then the story takes a very strange turn, because the policeman asked people down on the street for rosary beads, an object often used in Catholic prayer. And then, oddly, police call in a Catholic nun for support.
Siguieron, obviamente, como que llamaron a alguien, llamaron a una monja para que les ayudara.
Because you see, all of this noise is actually coming from an exorcism that is taking place right next door. Sarah discovers that two girls were playing around with the Ouija board when suddenly one of the girls becomes very violent and starts vomiting up some kind of dark matter, almost like dirt.
La chica empezó como a vomitar tierra, como vomitar oscuro.
The family believes that the girl might be possessed by an evil entity, and apparently the police agreed. Sarah says that the screaming went on all through the night, eventually getting quieter in the early morning hours until it finally stopped. Now, without other eyewitness reports, it's hard to say exactly what happened here, but the desperate screams coming from that apartment are absolutely chilling. Late one evening in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Heather Paul is outside on her front porch having some ice cream with her husband and her two sons. But then, Heather suddenly spots something that absolutely creeps her out.
There's like little mosquitoes.
What kind of going on? What? What did you say? What did you say, Mommy? I didn't hear you. didn't hear you. What did you say, mommy? What? What did you say? What? What did you say? What did you say, mommy? I couldn't hear you.
You gotta keep that open so it doesn't get all musty.
You can't tell me it's not good.
Heather whispers she scares me to her husband and children, but they have no idea what she's talking about. Neither her husband or sons can see the bizarre figure dressed in white that is walking down the sidewalk only about 20 feet away. Heather says that the woman looked like, quote, a lady dressed like a nurse from the 1950s with an eerie grin on her face. Heather is now freaked out. She can't understand why no one else saw the strange nurse. So she checks the footage from their front door security camera, and sure enough, the recording also shows a creepy pale figure walking right by.
It just immediately creeped me out, so I just kind of like jumped.
But it gets even weirder, because you see, Heather lives only a mile away from a notorious old abandoned mental asylum, the Philadelphia State Hospital at Byberry.
So a little backstory, I live about a mile from where Byberry State Hospital used to be. This is one of the, I'm pretty sure, the most notorious mental hospital in the country. A lot of abuse went on there. There was lobotomies performed on patients. There was experiments performed on patients. A lot of them lost their lives because they were just treated so horribly. The conditions that that hospital was in was so inhumane, and no human should have ever had to go through what these patients went through. And these people just needed help. It's just very sad. They were so overcrowded, like the nurse to patient ratio was just extreme.
With 2 student nurses and maybe 3 attendants, we have all we can do to bathe the patients, get them to cafeteria, take them to the doctors, give them their medications, and try to keep the place clean.
Now, when I was a kid growing up, we used to definitely go in there, and it was really scary. Like the second you walk on the grounds, you just feel like it's cold, it's not normal, it feels weird. Like you can tell somebody's watching you. There's underground tunnels underneath, so we used to run around them too, and they used to use those tunnels to transport bodies, and there was still those like metal slab beds that they were still down there when we went in there, like, you know, in the 2000s. I felt my arm grabbed in there once, and I moved my flashlight because I thought it was my friend, and my friend was like over there, and I'm like, oh my God.
But this story gets even weirder still. Heather's dad lived in the same house as a boy. When Heather shows her dad the creepy footage, he tells her that a woman named Linda used to live in the house next door. And during the 1950s, Linda was a nurse at the old Byberry Mental Hospital. So did Heather catch the ghost of a nurse from the old abandoned hospital? And if not, why could no one else see the strange woman walking down the sidewalk? Mimi heads for higher ground. Proud grandmother Cindy Reed from Cleveland, Ohio is babysitting her granddaughter Nova at the family's home when things suddenly take a very creepy turn.
You're so funny. I can't wait until summer gets here so we can go outside and play.
I miss Mimi.
I miss you too. I miss you too. What?
Coming.
What? Who's coming?
Here coming.
Who?
Him.
You see somebody back there?
Him.
Who?
Here.
Him?
Yeah.
Where's he at? Is he in our house?
Yeah.
Where? Show me. Where's he at? He's right in front of you?
Yep.
Who is it?
A guy.
Who's there, mister? What are you doing in our... Where's he at? In the dining room?
Yep.
Show me him. Go show me him. Give me your hand. Take me to him.
This him.
Take me to him. Show me.
This him.
Wait, let me... Show me. Is he right here?
Yep.
He's in our dining room?
Yeah.
What are you doing in our dining room, mister? What does he look like?
I bug.
He's got bug eyes?
Yeah.
What are you doing in our living room, mister? Get. You go back home. You go back wherever you came from. What's he doing? Come on, you're creeping me out. We're going upstairs. Come on. You're scaring me, We're going upstairs. Yeah, you're scaring me. We're going upstairs. You are...
Little Nova says that she sees a man with, quote, bug eyes standing in the dining room. Grandma Cindy gets a bit freaked out by the whole situation and decides that they should just head upstairs.
Come on, you're creeping me out. We're going upstairs. Come on. You're scaring me. We're going upstairs. Yeah, you're scaring me. We're going upstairs.
Nova's mother shared the video online and says that Grandma Cindy is very afraid of anything paranormal. She also says that baby Nova still claims that she sees a strange man that no one else can see, and he appears all around their home. A spooky tale. Maggie Gann says that she has experienced a few strange things around her house.
So in the upstairs of my house, there's 2 rooms. Both of the doors open and close all the time by itself.
So one day Maggie is casually filming a cute video of her cat Onyx, when suddenly something happens that is truly bizarre. Now, at first, Maggie doesn't even notice anything odd and even laughs at what she thinks is just the cat being weird, or, well, just being a cat. But when she watches the video back, she notices that the cat's tail seems to be yanked by some invisible force. The video went viral, and no one can really explain just what happened to the cat. But what do you think? Strangely haunting. Now, these are just some quick clips of people who claim to have caught some very unusual paranormal activity around their home. But as always, I leave it up to you to decide. So, late one night, a man named John hears strange movements coming from his bedroom down the hall. John says that he has experienced some strange events in his house, so he begins filming as he peeks inside his bedroom. What he captures chills him to his core. In the room, 2 mirrors are facing each other, but only one of the mirrors reflects a strange, horrifying face. John turns, but there's just nothing there. Next up, a man is renovating his new house, but as construction continues, it starts to seem like something in the house is not so happy with all the new changes.
I'm not going up there. Definitely not going back there. Oh wow, it is really cold right here. What was that?
As the man peeks into one of the rooms, the shadowy figure of what looks like a small child seems to suddenly appear, lurking in the corner. Not surprisingly, the guy decides to just get out of there.
I don't think it's happy we're here. Oh, about it. Oh, holy. Dude, there's...
In this next creepy clip, a guy named Frank claims that one night he spotted something very strange behind a shelf in his living room. He grabbed his phone and began recording. Frank films something, making odd movements as it slowly disappears right in front of his eyes. A hug goodbye. A woman who calls herself Sissy says that her husband passed away 8 months ago under very sudden and unexpected circumstances. One day, as Sissy and her son Clarence are walking out of their front door, their Ring camera records something very strange.
Ready to go, Grandma's? Come on. Let's go.
How about you?
She's got kind of so sad. Yeah.
Dada! I'm just hugging me. Daddy hugging me.
Oh, wait.
What?
No. Okay. Oop, come on, Clarence. I think my mom got one. Okay.
What, Daddy?
That's what I was just about to ask. What did you say, bud? Did you say bye to?
I said bye. I said bye, Daddy.
Oh, okay.
Now, Sissy posted the video because she thought it was just a little odd and kinda cute that her son was talking to his dad who passed away. She made no claims that the clip was paranormal, but when she posted the video online, viewers began to point out that there also seemed to be a strange voice in the clip. A voice that they thought might actually be the little boy's father, communicating from beyond. Now I'll enhance the audio and listen carefully just as little Clarence walks out of the door.
Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Dada! I'm just hugging me.
A quiet voice seems to whisper, "Honey," and the boy seems to look around as if searching for who said it. Even stranger, he seems to think that it's the voice of his deceased father and actually walks over as if his dad is standing nearby on the porch. The little boy says, "Daddy hugging me," and again a strange quiet voice seems to whisper back.
Dada! I'm just hugging me. Daddy hugging me.
Oh, wait.
What?
No. Okay. Oop, come on, Clarence. I think my mom.
Daddy hugging me.
Oh, wait.
What?
No. Okay. Oop, come on, Clarence. I think my mom.
So did little Clarence actually encounter the spirit of his deceased dad, saying hello and giving him a quick hug? Clarence seems to think so, but as usual, you decide.
What, Daddy?
A bolt from the blue. Now, I usually don't post many UFO videos on this channel, but there's something a bit different about this one. Something a little weird and possibly scary. So, on August 5th, Andrew Clifton was walking his dog Dash in the Malvern Hills of Western England. He was shooting some slow-motion video clips of his dog to post to Facebook. When Andrew checked his footage back, he found something that left him speechless.
Steady. Steady. Ooh. Steady. Steady. Ooh.
Did you see it? As Andrew films himself throwing a frisbee to his dog Dash, some unknown long cylindrical object seems to fly just Did you see it? As Andrew films himself throwing a frisbee to his dog Dash, some unknown long cylindrical object seems to fly just over his head at a very fast speed. And so this is when things get a little scary, because cynics and debunkers claim that this object is an arrow, possibly shot from a bow or crossbow. So this is either some strange UFO or some Someone randomly shot an arrow at Andrew's head while he was out walking his dog. But what do you think? Is this something from another world? Government technology? Or new fear unlocked? Someone shooting an arrow at you while you're walking your dog? You decide. Unwelcome guest. At the end of last year, French single mother Alex and her son moved into a new home. The house was remodeled from the remains of an old church, and it was built right on top of what used to be an old graveyard. Shortly after moving in, Alex begins to hear the creepy sound of someone walking through her home. But when she looks, she finds nothing and no one to explain these strange footsteps. Late one night, Alex is lying in bed when she suddenly hears something that is downright chilling. Alex hears a child's voice calling out, "Mama?" from somewhere, even though her son is fast asleep in his room. She hears the voice again from downstairs, "Mama," and she goes down to investigate. Alex is horrified when she discovers the piano in her living room is playing all by itself, and her TV has inexplicably just turned on. Books come falling out of a cabinet and a chair rocks back and forth, almost as if someone or something is sitting and watching her. Understandably, Alex says she couldn't sleep the rest of the night. But unfortunately for Alex, things are about to get even creepier. One night, Alex returns home from walking their dog. Her son is away at his dad's and her home should be empty. But as she heads toward the house, she notices something that sends a chill down her spine.
C'est une blague. C'est une blague. Mais je veux pas. Oh, gars. Faut que j'aille voir, faut que j'aille voir. Faut que j'aille voir, c'est pas possible.
A dark figure can be seen inside the house, and Alex is frozen in fear as the strange shape seems to head toward her son's room. Luckily, her son isn't home, and the shadow just disappears. Now, no one was found inside the house or on the property. Cut to another night, and Alex and her young son are having a nice, quiet evening at home. Suddenly, this happens. A teddy bear in her son's bedroom seems to creepily wiggle around all on its own. But the worst is yet to come. One night, when Alex is once again completely alone at home, the paranormal activity in her house becomes absolutely terrifying.
Non, c'est pas possible.
With everything that has happened, Alex believes that her home is haunted and is now actively looking for help. But what do you think is going on here? Could the creepy events in Alex's home have anything to do with its history? Perhaps some spirit from the old graveyard that the house is built on? Let me know what you think. End of the road. Sam Rossi is an independent truck driver in Southeast Asia. He regularly posts his experiences and adventures as he drives his truck across the countryside of Indonesia. Late one night, Sam is driving his truck along a long, lonely stretch of road that locals claim is haunted by a dark spirit. Just after he crosses a bridge in the middle of nowhere, his truck suddenly breaks down.
Ya bener sampean. Apa jenenge? Tibae mesinku sing keder. Wis tak servis ya, Lur ya.
Sam can't understand what's wrong because he says that he's just recently had the truck checked and serviced. And this is when things take a terrifying turn.
Aku saiki ngomong yo, mambune moro-moro mambune gak enak, Lur. Mambu melati campur amis. Sapa iku? Sapa? Si ambu amis, Lur yo. Ayo. Sapa? Tuk, sapa iki? Welut. Muncul.
Sam smells something horrible and peers under his truck. only to see someone's bare feet that seem to be floating just above the pavement on the other side. But when he checks, there's no one there. After this spooky encounter and with his truck stalled on the road, Sam decides to get out of there and go find some help. The devil down below. A guy named Kyle Anthony says that lately he has been hearing strange sounds around his house. Oddly enough, he says that the sounds are coming from beneath his house, in the house's crawl space. He sets up a camera down there to see what's going on. What he captures makes his blood run cold.
I just saw the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. Watch this.
Kyle's camera captures what looks like a person or something hiding in the tiny crawl space underneath his house. Thinking it might be some strange person actually living underneath his home, he goes into his house's crawl space to check it out.
I can't sleep. There's a security camera. I don't know what I saw. I'm not seeing anything. I don't know what this tarp is. Whether or not there's anything underneath it. I don't see anything. I don't see any signs of life. I don't see any signs of afterlife. I'm gonna get the heck out of here.
Kyle investigates and even crawls his way into the space underneath his house. But there's just no one there. So what do you think this is? Let me know. Hiding under the covers. A video poster who calls himself Celtic Dabs works the reception desk at a creepy old hotel in Arizona. One day, his coworker shows him something very strange that keeps happening in one of the rooms.
What the Nah.
Yeah, cause let me hit it now, and then
Yeah.
Shut up,
bro.
Something seems to be moving around in a strange erratic pattern under the bedsheet. But when Celtic's coworker slaps the sheet, it just disappears. Celtic says that each time the sheet was tidied back up, the same weird phenomenon would happen again. So, just what do you think this could be? Also, if whatever is under the sheet isn't enough to scare you, well, just imagine staying in a hotel that puts sheets like this on the bed. Honestly, the thought of sleeping in those sheets scares me more than whatever is moving around under there. So either way, this video is truly disturbing. Something at the door. Chase Beckstead and his wife Rachel are staying overnight in the house of Rachel's recently deceased grandfather. The elderly man had passed away in the house only 1 month earlier. So the couple is just settling in for the night when suddenly something happens that is downright creepy.
How you doing? You okay?
I don't know.
You a little freaked out?
A little bit.
So, we were just going to bed and we're not... Let me just show you. Like, we've literally had to put the bag up against the door because we're not sure. And like, we're literally just...
Even though there's no draft or air current in the house, the bedroom door begins to randomly move as if it's being quickly pulled back and forth by some unseen force. Understandably, Chase and Rachel are pretty shaken up by the strange, unexplained phenomena. They decide to just pack up their stuff and leave the house. But this is when things get even creepier.
Okay, so we're leaving. We got all of our stuff packed. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, we're out here. Rachel's already in the car. I'm leaving, I don't know what's going on.
As Chase is gathering their luggage, the bedroom door slams shut right behind him. And again, it begins to move back and forth, this time even faster than before. Chase says that he still has no idea what could have caused the strange movement of the door. Some video commenters believe that this was the ghost of Rachel's recently deceased grandpa, but some think it might have been something more sinister that had taken up residence in the house. But what do you think? Nuke Stop 5 viewer Ariel sent in this next creepy video. Now, Ariel says that strange things often happen in their home, especially around their cute little dog, Bingo. Doors in the house open on their own, things mysteriously fall to the ground, and Bingo often seems to bark at something that she and her husband just can't see. One day, while Ariel and her husband are watching TV, this happens.
Yeah, that's us. You're trained. My family is Mexican, but who cares? It's so boring. What the heck?
The little dog seems to be pushed and then squeals in pain and absolutely freaks out, jumping on the couple and refusing to get off the couch. But just what happened? They have no idea. In this next video that unfortunately was posted online with no credit, a man says that his dog has been acting odd for no apparent reason for the last 15 minutes. So he grabs his phone and starts filming.
It's been freaking me out for about 15 minutes. I know, dude. What's going on? What are you seeing? Something's been spooking him. He's jumping around. This dude. What are you seeing? Why don't you back up? Charlie. I know. Calm down. It's okay. What are you seeing? You're freaking me out, buddy. Do we need to go? Should we go, Bubba? You tell me when it's time to go. Because I don't know what you're looking at, but when we need to go, you let me know, buddy. What's freaking you out, bub? Okay. Should we go? Yeah? You leave when we gotta go. As soon as you walk out, I'll be right behind you.
The dog seems to bark and react to something that his owner can't see. But I have to ask, did you see it? Unexplained small dark shadows seem to be flying around the room, and the dog seems to be reacting to them. The first unexplained dark orb appears above the window frame, then in front of the windows, on the ceiling, and even down the side hallway. Even creepier, when the man asks the dog, "Should we go?" An unexplained female voice seems to whisper, "Get out."
Should we go? Yeah?
So did these dogs see and possibly even get attacked by something paranormal? Well, you decide. Proud mom Savannah says that she often took her daughter to see her grandmother at the nursing home and that her little girl always loved those visits. Unfortunately, one quiet night, Savannah's elderly grandmother passed away peacefully in her sleep. The very next morning, just before sunrise, Savannah's daughter wakes up and wanders into her playroom. She sits there in the dark, all alone, playing and just talking to herself. But when Savannah listens closely to the security footage, it seems like her daughter might not have been alone after all.
It's nighttime, we can sleep. And you want to do so now. So active.
The toddler seems to be speaking directly to her recently deceased grandmother, even gently reminding Grandma that she's now with the angels on the other side.
It's nighttime, we can sleep. And you want to do so now. So active.
Savannah says that she can't explain what happened, but that watching the bittersweet video always brings tears to her eyes. She believes that her grandma came back to say one last goodbye to her beloved little granddaughter. Shadow in the snapshot. A young woman named Keeney says that while on a trip to Mexico, she took a photo of her 3 friends with a disposable camera. When she had her photos developed, she was shocked to see a mysterious extra person in the background. Now, at first, many people who saw Keeney's photo said that the dark figure in the background was simply a shadow from one of the girls, or possibly Keeney's own reflection as she took the picture. But then people began to brighten the image a bit and saw this. The extra figure in the photo seems to have a ghastly face. It doesn't look like a shadow, and it certainly doesn't look like Keeney's reflection. So just who or what is this? You decide.
I thought I was done with this topic for a little while, but unfortunately the Access Media has decided it was time to rattle the cages more and now spit in the face of players yet again, so here I am. Speaking about one of the worst video game websites of all time, rivaled probably only by Kotaku, in thegamer.com, a website that has routinely attacked their own readers for years while pushing progressive slop ideology nonsense 24/7. Quick lore for you first, this all began because Marek Tominsky, that's the CEO of CI Games, which makes Lords of the Fallen, declared that his next game, which is Lords of the Fallen 2, would be devoid of any politics, and it would not be pushing ugly characters. This then caused the gaming journalism sphere to lose their minds because apparently it's only wrong to do this if you go against their brand of politics. So now a new article exists which claims that Lords of the Fallen 2 will be terrible and that it is being made for the wrong crowd of players. I wish I was kidding. Here's the article. It's titled Lords of the Fallen 2 is already cementing itself as a game for all the wrong people. So very early on in this article, Jade King, who's the journalist here, who somehow survived the recent mass layoffs at the Gamer, more on that later by the way, opens their article here with this, as you can see. They claim that success stories like Baldur's Gate 3 prove that people do enjoy progressiveness, which somehow undermines and deconstructs Lords of the Fallen 2's entire design philosophy. Hilariously, this is the only game Access Media can ever really bring up as an example of progressiveness working with Baldur's Gate 3. Not realizing that the reason why that game was so successful was not only because of deep RPG mechanics and its reactive world, but because the game had real player choice, as in all those progressive elements, or about 90% if not more of it, were completely optional and players did not need to see those scenes if they didn't want to. Of course, Jade King here will not recognize that because they know this is why Baldur's Gate 3 still sold what it did, about 20 million copies so far, because it was the one unique game out of hundreds that tried this progressive approach. That worked because, again, the choice was up to you, not the developers, with how much you wanted to see of that said progressiveness. For me playing BG3, I only remember the lesbian cleric girl character with like her moon goddess girlfriend in like the second act of the game. Besides that, most quests were not really about gender or anything, but real actual problems in the world, like, goblins and demons and, things like that. But anyways, besides that one instance here, my playthrough of BG3 felt like a traditional old school RPG. I romanced Lae'zel, I saved the day, I blew up like half of the world with magic and swords and then some. But comparing this to some sort of gacha to Lords of the Fallen 2 is stupid, and Jade here knows it, but they still refuse to admit it anyways. The truth is simply that the vast majority of poor performing games, especially in a AAA to AA sense, come from games that push these progressive elements. That is not a lie or a whataboutism, it's just fact, okay? Concord is an obvious example, and people who worked on Concord are now doing that High Guard game next. And to no one's surprise, no one really seems interested really in High Guard either. Gee, I wonder why that is. It's because of something that Merrick and his team at CI Games are clearly aware of. Let me spell it out for you, Jade King of the Gamer. It's called pattern recognition. You see, when you want to buy something or watch a movie or TV show, your brain will notice things that it recalls before. Crazy that I'd even need to explain this, but anyways, if your brain starts seeing things it knows are associated with other things that have sucked in the past, your brain will tell you, hey, that thing you're seeing there, yeah, that isn't good. They're doing that thing again. Remember last time when they did that? And then your brain tells you, yeah, probably best to maybe just avoid this. This is why many progressive shows have flopped, movies have failed, games have come and gone, and studios have closed down, plus mass layoffs. To make it more personal for Jade King here, your own website you work at, thegamer.com, was recently also hit with mass layoffs too. You fools lost most of your own colleagues because people were not reading or engaging with your content. You can't even deny that either. Video Games Chronicle reported on this just in October 2025. Look at it here. The Gamer website suffers widespread editorial layoffs. VGC even spoke to your former and current colleagues in gaming journalism, and here's what your own people said, as it says here, that their teams were decimated by the mass layoffs that ensued, that again happened less than 2 months ago as of this video being made anyways. Again, this is not me saying this, but your own, I guess, peers in the industry, as they say there too. You guys even knew that layoffs were coming, but even then you were still shocked with how badly it went for you guys anyway. So I am using your own website, Jade King, who, wrote this hit piece on Lords 2 in the first place, as a clear reason as to why Merrick and his team that are making Lords 2 are doing what they're doing. So let me put it to you plainly. Nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to be in any position that's like the Gamers right now. And everyone with a healthy brain would know it would be best to not do whatever it is you guys are doing over there to ensure that they survive in this industry. Merrick, obviously, like many, wants his company to thrive and give people what they want. And your Gigabrain move here is to say that Lords 2 should should not be giving people what they want, which is insane to me, but you guys have done this before. This should come as no surprise since The Gamer has wrote articles like this one a few years back, and this one's titled, "Gamers are terrible people and we should stop being okay with it." So this entire article is just The Gamer Stacey Henley complaining about people like PewDiePie, iShowSpeed, and others taking extreme examples of mishaps and then labeling the entire demographic of players all around the world as somehow being like-minded. Oh, some random gamer sent death threats to a studio. This totally means now that everyone who plays games somehow agrees with them. Despite me on this channel alone dozens of times telling you guys to never harass anyone, never dox anyone, and never stoop down to the level of these weirdos because they want you to. But The Gamer will never report on that. Instead, it's just all gamers are bad. We're not actually. All I want to do is play video games in peace. But it's because of websites and people like this that I have to push back the way that I do, because it only took a few years and the entire Western industry just became rampant with this sort of rhetoric from top to bottom, and because of it all, games were in a terrible place for years, and they still are to a degree too. So when the website that thinks that all gamers are racist and fascist unless they agree with your website's policies and belief systems 100% of the time, why would I now believe your hit piece on CI Games and Lords of the Fallen 1 and 2 to be anything less than disingenuous at best? Circling back to the article that inspired this video, Jade King then says that CI Games in Lords 2 is positioning itself to, as they say here, it's an existing argument that very small yet very loud corners of the game development world cling to with unwavering ignorance. They mean as in wanting games to not be political. This is not a new take or a controversial one if you just play video games like most people do. It's amazing how hellbent these people are on attacking Lords and its developers just because they want to make a game that is fun and doesn't talk down to you. Is this really the hill we want to die on, thegamer.com? Really? You know that games that aren't political do better, objectively so. Even Baldur's Gate 3 again allowed for player choice and avoided all that nonsense. Expedition 33 just won Game of the Year, another non-political game. Elden Ring was huge when it came out too, and let's be real, a lot of what Lords 2 is trying to do with their game is very similar to what FromSoft did with Elden Ring already, obviously. Elden Ring is also, if you played it, which judging by its sales numbers you probably did, devoid of political real-world nonsense too. Outside of having the body type option, the actual game's world feels completely alien and removed from our real world. The tales of characters like Marika, Millennia, Radon, Mikola, and so on in Elden Ring, to name just a few, are deeply drenched in political turmoil of kings and queens and gods and monsters. But the reason why nobody hates Elden Ring except journalists and Western devs who were jealous of its success, which I also covered on this channel by the way, was because Elden Ring uniquely, especially when it came out in 2022 during the height of DEI slop nonsense everywhere, was that Elden Ring was not trying to remind you of the real world. It was instead its own world, divorced from reality like in the good old days. True escapism, if you will, and big surprise, it broke, like I said, 25 million units sold so far and then some, spawned a multiplayer spin-off game, a whole expansion, and I have really no doubt that a sequel is being made right now too, and maybe more spin-offs, who knows. So if you look at what is considered the upper echelon of gaming with Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, Black Myth Wukong even, which also broke 20 million copies sold, Expedition 33 breaking over 5 million and counting. You look at all of these heavy hitters and more, these games that sold incredibly well and also won big, and the through line between all of them is really simple. They are all devoid of political real-world nonsense, and if you are making video games and want to turn a profit yourself, you should probably emulate the games that have become all-timers in record time instead of Concord or Dustborn, I would wager is probably a good way of doing it. I'm not saying that Lords 2 is somehow going to be the size or the scope of Elden Ring, no, but the design philosophy is clearly still there. Think of all of From Software's games which Lords obviously pulls from. None of their games are real-world political nonsense slop either. Demon Souls is about sealing a god away. Dark Souls is about a ruined king and a dying kingdom protecting the last embers of his reign. Dark Souls 2 is about a really evil queen and giants somehow too. Dark Souls 3 is about the world basically ending. And Sekiro is about not wanting to break your controller, but none of these games are about the real world. They instead just give you escapism. And wow, look at that. They all sold in the millions, ranked in incredible reviews, and fans still play them even to this day. So naturally, CI Games looked at FromSoft's pedigree and design structure the same way other developers of like Liza P, AI Limit, or Wuchang did and went, you know what? We're also going to fill our games with aesthetically pleasing characters, fun combat, scary monsters, and not beat you over the head with messaging. But instead of praising phrasing it, these people hate it, but they really hate Lords and CI Games because their CEO is just a little bit more vocal about it. But in reality, what he and his team are doing is quite literally what every other Souls-like game has done in the past and will do in the future too when it comes to game character design and philosophy even. The gamer and people like them, they just hate CI Games because Marek Tominsky, the CEO, just said the quiet part out loud, but alright then. If we're gonna be fair, the gamer better make an article now about how Elden Ring is made for the worst people, the same way Baldur's Gate 3 is for the worst people, or Liza P even. But we both know they won't do that because they know they'll get eviscerated by their fan bases, not that it's going over well for them either with Lords right now too. Because all the comments on the gamer's own post are people not agreeing with them anyways. Look here, here's some comments from the gamers on their own article, man. One user, as you can see here, says if you don't like the game, don't buy it. The other then says, why are you guys going there cherry picking Lords while not giving the equal same amount of hate to Devil May Cry, Ninja Gaiden, Resident Evil, or Warcraft, to name just a few that do the exact same thing? Because you're cherry picking your outrage, and that's really what's happening. These people are being disingenuous. You would think that if your website just had mass layoffs and then most of your buddies got promoted to customers, you would think maybe a change in direction would be a good idea for the website to ensure that this didn't happen again in the future. But I'm convinced that the people who write at the gamer are so hateful, spiteful, and angry about anyone who disagrees with them, they'd rather burn the whole website down along with their own reputations than ever really admit that they were wrong in the first place. Again, here's more of your own commenters clowning on you guys. This guy says the whole article is disingenuous and in bad faith. The one below that says there's no problem with attractive women in games, but there is a problem with pushing ugly ones, which, I mean, kind of base, but I agree. Like, you know you're cooked when your own viewer base is grilling you like a steak at TGI Fridays. You guys are speedrunning the gamer into another mass layoff event, and you really can't blame anyone but yourselves. Like, look how bad their reading comprehension skills are, man. Jade King of the gamer that wrote this then says this: improving on these qualities would be more than enough for a sequel, but in his pursuit to remove progressive politics and ideas from the game, the CEO has only gone and made Lords of the Fallen 2 political all over again. How ironic. But no, he hasn't. The only people who made the game political are people like you, Jade, not Marek Tominsky. His entire reasoning for why Lords pivoted into what it is now is pretty simple. It was to be, just like I said, Elden Ring, Wukong, and the rest, actual pure escapism. The only people upset with this pivot are people cherry-picking their outrage for clowning on a game and studio for doing exactly what other games have already done in the past too. Also hilarious that in your own website's URL, you guys like unironically put in woke in the headline, by the way. That's incredible, really. Like, it's like telling on yourselves. The gamer's probably going to be hit with more layoffs, aren't they? I say in less than 6 months' time, they're going to get judo chopped in the throat before long by their parent company yet again. Like, look at how unwilling the gamer is to allow Lords of the Fallen 2 to just escape the culture war, as they say here. A massive post-launch update released back in April resulted in even more people picking up and enjoying the game. So it's a shame this bigoted stigma is now attached to it. What bigoted stigma are you even talking about? The only people who think Lords is bigoted is people like you, Jade, really nobody else. There's nothing bigoted about listening to player feedback and giving them what they want and then updating your game. You also just literally undid your own argument because you confirmed that due to CI Games listening to the feedback from their own players, that they were, in your own words, able to bring back thousands of players in droves across all platforms due to the massive reworking of Lords of the Fallen with their 2.0 and now 2.5 updates. So by definition, you admit that CI Games listening to customer feedback was actually a net positive across the board, but even though you admit that it is still somehow bigoted despite you and other journalists and select players who likely think that there's also like infinity genders existing, believing otherwise, I guess. So we're done with that era of stupidity, guys, by the way. We really don't have to pretend like we agree with people about these crazy concepts anymore. We can just call them nuts and vote with our wallets, which is happening, by the way, too, in droves. Merrick, the CEO, then confirmed that prior to the overhaul, the studio catered to political correctness to some degree to avoid blowback from the journalists. Here's what he said. Many of you asked why the game initially had body type AB. Hexworks started early 2020 as an autonomous studio owned by CI Games. Early on, political correctness and filtering meant not every decision reached me on time. I got a lot more involved from late 2024 and now act as head of studio alongside my CEO role. Things are very different now and the studio got fully integrated. We reverted a lot of wrong decisions and will continue improving. Lords 2 is being built on real player feedback and it's crystal clear in the last two trailers. So by definition, from the CEO himself, he confirms that he tried to do it their way. I mean, the journalists and the people who apparently advocate and support this sort of, I guess, like DEI wokeness, for lack of a better term, I guess, kind of thing. And then Merrick saw in real time that that wasn't working. So he then made the decision to remove that all and forgo being afraid of what these journalists think anymore, and good for him. Now the game has objectively sold way more. All of its ratings on Steam and such are much higher, and the game is alive again and then some. By definition, what happened with Lords of the Fallen from 1.0 to 2.5 is a direct response to doing it the way that journalists wanted versus the way that players wanted. That's not even up for debate. That is objectively so what has happened. So to now spin this story to somehow be CI Games as being political is just fake news at this point. Everything they are doing is to be as non-political as humanly possible. They don't want their game to be some tool for journalists to attack fans with. They just want their game, like others which have done well too, to just be a game, and that's it. It's crazy how the gamer admits this, like I showed you, but still can't wrap their head around this. It's because common sense doesn't really exist in these journalists' brains anymore. Look how disingenuous and far-reaching the gamer gets, man. Let me read you the next part. It says right here, within these posts, the CEO seems to imply that the game perhaps once included a more diverse or even realistic character creator, but anything allegedly woke or progressive was stripped out and replaced with a toolset which mostly restricts players to super buff male protagonists or gorgeous women for them to objectify. By claiming you are removing content you personally deem as political from a piece of art and replacing it with your own, you are creating a new agenda, whether you want to accept it or not. Except that's also not true at all. You're just making the assumption that the character creator is restricted in some way when it isn't. The body types option has always just been another way of saying male or female to, make a certain group of people very happy, I guess. And the only reason why they changed it, as Merrick literally just admitted to, was because of the journalists originally, because of people like you, Jade King, who tend to just clutch pearls and cry when games don't cater to your crazy needs. Plus, nobody is saying you still can't make Squidward or some other horrific, ugly monstrosities as your main character in Lords. Making goofy, mean characters has always been a thing in these sorts of games, the same way you could always also make an attractive male or female character in any one of these Souls-like games since like forever. As long as they have a character creator, I mean Liza P, for example, you're not able to for obvious reasons, but Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Lords, Neo, etc., yeah, they all allow you to make your own character. So if you want to play a weird-looking genderless thing, I mean, you can go and do that if you want, but the delusion has now been removed from the top to the bottom now. You're no longer a body type, you're either male or female like you are in real life, and that probably stings to see, but too bad, it is what it is. It's always been like that for years too. Merrick literally confirms the scene here that their character creator is not just for hot characters. He explicitly states that it's to allow you to make anything that you want. Again, player choice. You want to make a hot guy or woman like you can in Baldur's Gate 3 even? Cool, go ahead. You want to make some freak who looks like he lives in a swamp with Steve Buscemi eyes? Go ahead and do that too. Literally nobody is stopping you from turning your character via the character creator into what you want it to look like in the game when you play it. Sure, maybe the presets will be traditionally stronger, attractive character designs, but those are presets. Just don't use the presets and go make your character as ugly as you want them to be. Give them a Pennywise shaped skull if you want, with big eyeballs and a stupid smile. Really do whatever you want. It's your character. That's the point of a character creator, you morons. But the gamer then brings up Stellar Blade as some sort of gotcha against Lords of the Fallen. Let me read you this. It's a bit long, but trust me, it'll be worth it, the gamer said. It stinks of fat outrage trying desperately to sell a 7 out of 10 Souls-like by playing off the idea that the modern gaming landscape has somehow robbed straight male audiences of traditional experiences they now have a responsibility to take back. A similar thing occurred with Shift Off Stellar Blade, which was held up as a symbol of resistance in the modern culture war. The game wasn't afraid to put an incredible incredibly gorgeous heroine front and center whose chest, butt, and overall figure existed as objects for players to obsess over and customize. There was a belief among certain audiences that video game critics and progressive gamers were looking to tear Stellar Blade down, believing it stood against the DEI agenda we'd been slowly but surely infecting the entire medium with. But instead, it reviewed incredibly well and sold millions of copies, and now a sequel is even in production. Personally, I enjoyed Stellar Blade, and even thought Eve was a fun and attractive main character with loads of cool outfits to unlock. How the revisionists revised their stances as a goalpost move. Okay, the gamer, you guys apparently never attacked or looked down on Stellar Blade fans, right? Interesting. So why did you write articles like this about Stellar Blade titled, "As if one console of Gooners wasn't enough, Stellar Blade 2 will reportedly be multi-platform"? Yes, the Gooners, because we can't just call them players these days. You gotta belittle them somehow, right? TheGamer.com. It's not the only time he did this, though. Here's another article where the gamer claims that Tides of Annihilation, another game that looks dope, by the way, will actually be bad because it reminds the writer, Tessa Carr, of Stellar Blade. They even admit in that article that they didn't even beat Stellar Blade because they thought it was a boring and bad game despite it selling millions and people loving the game a lot. Or here, where the gamer dogpiled on Stellar Blade during that slur controversy that got patched as seen here. Yet another article, this time about Stellar Blade being uncensored, and even Jade King, the same writer of this Lord's piece, belittles players in the article for liking Eve's design too much. Here's another article from the gamer claiming that Stellar Blade's Eve is everything wrong with attractive female characters in games, but Hades 2 gets it right apparently. The game that made Athena black and the other god lady into like a fat woman, by the way. But here's another article about how the gamer thinks that players are actually cringe who if they like enjoy Stellar Blade. Like, do I need to keep going? But let's now return to what the gamer said in this Lords of the Fallen article about Stellar Blade. Because now that you can see all they did was really attack Stellar Blade before it came out and during, Jade King, who also attacked Stellar Blade as I showed you, was now using that game as some sort of gotcha against Lords of the Fallen 1 and 2. But circling back to the article at the heart of all of this, let's read that part again now with the added context of how the gamer treated Stellar Blade and its fan base as it reads. There was a belief among certain audiences that video game critics and progressive gamers were looking to tear Stellar Blade down. Believing that it stood against the DEI agenda we've been slowly but surely infecting the entire medium with. Interesting, isn't that? How these types can lie the way that they do on articles like this by shifting the goalposts all the time, hoping that you don't notice, while not realizing that simple searches of their own articles of the games they claim to champion prove that just like Lords of the Fallen 2, when Stellar Blade was coming out, these same types were trying to also tear it down, belittle that fanbase as well, and call the game worse, and not understanding how to make hot characters before release. But now that it failed and Stellar Blade sold millions, became a household name, and has fans all around the world, suddenly now in this Lords article, what are you talking about? We at thegamer.com never actually attacked Stellar Blade or its fans. Like I said, these people are liars. And I didn't even use articles from other websites to disprove them either. I literally just used their own work that they publish of their own free will to prove the point here. How can people trust you guys to tell the truth when you keep revising history and how you did things the moment it's no longer in your benefit, like you literally did with Stellar Blade? This is why this article, like their own comments said, it feels like a hit piece, because it is a hit piece. There's really no point in denying this. The same way they attacked Stellar Blade, calling it fake sexy, lacking a good story, or saying that it was bad, or that one writer, Tessa Carr, saying that they dropped Stellar Blade because it was a bad game despite millions loving it and becoming the best performing Sony published game on Steam besides Helldivers 2, by the way. They will now turn around and go, oh, we love Stellar Blade. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't believe you guys either. You're snake oil salesmen at this point. And I hope that people share this video so that your reputation tanks even further, because you've been caught lying yet again. Let me read you the last two paragraphs of this article and how the gamer has failed in every way, as it reads here. And so the culture war moved on to a new target, and to this day the cycle continues. Lords of the Fallen 2 is a special case. However, because of the developers behind this sequel seem to believe that cultivating this movement is going to make their game more successful. Either that, or they truly believe in the nonsense they are spouting. This game is not about progressive politics or the agency of players regardless of their gender or their politics, but about fierce combat, uncompromisingly attractive female characters, and a world worth getting lost in. The irony is that in the CEO's laughable pursuit of stripping Lords of the Fallen 2 of every single trace of diversity, he has turned the game into an object of political ridicule long before it lands in our laps. It will be remembered for that and nothing more. You mean the same way Stellar Blade would flop was a bad game and nobody would play it after all your hit pieces you guys wrote, where you belittled fans the very same way until you were proven wrong like you usually are? Why should we believe you in this time with Lords now, with how wrong you guys have been on everything else too? Your own articles disprove yourselves. This article also disproved your own argument, like I mentioned earlier too. We are in an eternal war with social parasites who want nothing more than to ruin every game you play, to embolden these people to write more more articles so they can spew their hate at the players who actually keep this industry afloat, because they don't buy anything. It's disgusting. This hate piece is going to reflect back at the gamer and not CI games, and to claim making your game not political means it is now political, that only makes sense if you're the same kind of person who unironically wrote hate pieces on Stellar Blade only to then try to pretend like you never did that in the first place either. We're not stupid, we won't forget, and all this article did prove is that the gamer is speedrunning themselves to another mass layoff, but frankly, I don't think they'll ever stop no matter how many failed careers slip through their hands. These people hate their audience, they hate games that don't bend the knee to them, they believe that they're somehow the moral arbiters of what's right while representing everything wrong with the rod in games themselves. And in the gamer's laughing pursuit of trying to strip Lords of the Fallen 2 of every single trace of decency to its players, they have turned the game into an object of what is exactly what players want long before it lands in our laps. And unlike Lords, which will be remembered as a game that was fun for fun's sake, no one will remember the gamer for anything but an activist-driven slop website that destroyed its own credibility. It will be remembered for that and nothing more.
Merry
Lords of the Fallen version 2.5 has arrived, with faster combat encounters, deadlier bosses, smarter enemies, new weapon movesets, an all-new veteran mode, and more. Following over 70 up.
I've given you from now on.
Law, the latest receiver of...
I always wondered if there were others. You'll probably take it lightly. I don't know, but since making you a bit, if you'd know any.
Sentinels! To the crypt! Fall back! Fall back!
No! Wait! Where are you going? Help us!
You carry the lamp long enough. If you don't want to keep retreading the same ground yourself should you fall, make use of this.
Oh, holy Aureus, By your radiance, grant me the strength to continue to endure these dark days, to lay bare the path to salvation for my wayward brothers and sisters, so we may walk it together, and to strike down all those who would see our will defied. Even as our suffering continued, I honored my pledge of patience to the exactor. And yet you now appear before me, a stranger, bearing what was not yours to receive. A betrayal made flesh, and one I cannot brook. Poor substitute indeed. Poor substitute indeed.
Just remember, in the end, you're better off alone.
Yeah!
Some rules can never.
A poor substitute indeed. Oh.
Stay out of my way, lamp bearer, for your own good. I always... You're probably... Take it light. I don't know, but since it's making you a big... if you'd know any...
Your life's daily. What's this? That's 1, 2. Oh. Okay. What's this?
AI Nightbound. AI Nightbound. What kind of voice is this?
Huh?
Yo. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh.
Ah. Sentinels! To the crypt! Fall back! Fall back!
No! Wait! Where are you going? Help us!
please!
You carry the... If you don't make use of this, I've given you from now on. Find...
Oh.
It always comes down to this. It always comes down to this. too damn old.
A poor substituting.
Just remember, in the end, you're better off alone. It always comes down to this.
Brothers and sisters, you honor us and all who came before you with your sacrifices. While I wish they were unnecessary, my wishes will not ease your suffering, but I pray my sorcery does.
I had no doubt in my assessment of you, as one worthy of the monumental task which lies before us, Crusader. My name is Dunmire, and I am an exactor of the Dark Crusaders, the holy order of which you are now an honored member. The Church of Orient Radiance has assigned to me the duty of purging Mornstead of its Rogar blight, and ensuring the ancient tyrant Adir knows no liberation from his enduring imprisonment. While the schism between the Church and Judge Cleric is of long standing, she and her hallowed sentinels, now perverted, did at least construct Mornstead's radiant beacons, which have prevented Adir's return for centuries. But now, these stand corrupted and on the verge of collapse. It is to these 5 beacons you must turn your eye. Use the Umbral Lamp to cleanse them of Adir's destructive influence, and deliver salvation to a world on the brink of perdition. Rogar and the Aureus... Rogar and the Aureus...
By Aureus' divine will, I live again. It's a miracle. And to think I raised my sword to you, when all along you were a divine instrument sent by him to deliver my death and rebirth and bring clarity. Forgive me, Lampbearer. I'm Pietà of the Hallowed Sentinels. And as Aureus sustains me, so too will I sustain you. Whether by making manifest your potential or through my healing blood, contained within the sanguinarics you carry. Should you find any saintly quintessences, bring them to me, and they can bolster the power of my blood further still. The beacons must be cleansed, the hallowed sentinels restored, and Adir's malignancy eradicated. Through whatever is to come, fellow chosen of Aureus, we stand together in service of him. Our holy work continues, Lampbearer. Fellow sanctified vessel, may Aureus' divine radiance flow through me and into you. Our holy work continues, Lampbearer. fellow sanctified vessel, may Aureus' divine radiance flow through me and into you.
So the exactors found given that land, yet now he, well... I'm Stoneman, a group of against a man. We made a vow. Whatever the cost to us, that's heresy, as are you.
In Radiance, judgment. In Radiance, judgment.
Our Immaculate Lady will bring redemption.
The lamp, not only then. Chosen bearer of the lamp, like you I serve, until her embrace.
Look at you. Aren't you the we tend to an Aureus. Anyway, you don't see the we set ourselves. Let's watch a step more instead. Let's watch a step out there.
That lamp you've got, but then, I hope for both ours. If in doubt, much as he might think otherwise.
That's it, isn't it? Oh, the lamp of immortality. And the genuine, not a use like the one I've learned about that lamp. I hope you recognize in truth. Of course, some people. My name, but far more than as proven by. That's right. We defied only to be betrayed, and so you'll understand. While an give me the lamp, no? It saddens me to. I hope you see sense.
Careful, if you're headed for Pilgrim's Perch, friend. The hallowed sentinels don't welcome everyone. Not even a faithful pilgrim who's crossed countless. All I wanted, but they deemed. What's a poor? I gave. But I know it doesn't. It's a harsh wind that. But a tree that does. It's a harsh. But a tree that doesn't.
most blessed representatives of the Holy Judge Cleric. My soul soars to see.
Hold your tongue, pilgrim. And on your feet. You are on sacred ground. And we are yet to see whether you are deserving of that honor.
I assure you, I have dedicated my life to the teachings of Judge Cleric. My faith in her and her divine works is boundless.
Pray it is. For our Immaculate Lady's light will lay bare the truth. And in radiance, there is judgment.
The cleric's welcome comes behind the edge of a sentinel's blade, more often than not in this place. Makes me curious how you're still breathing. I suppose dangling the promise of salvation from one hand and the threat of death from the other keeps a pilgrim obedient. diviner dear. Witness this offering I make to you.
While the beacon should remain, I would have you seek out as proof of the hallowed, for only in the can we hope to. This land is over to offer you. Also, say they are already conflicted. You serve a higher purpose, Crusader. To strive in darkness, in light we walk. While even the handling of such items is objectionable, all facets of this heterodoxy must be exposed.
Our holy work continues, Lampbearer. Fellow sanctified vessel, may Aureus' divine radiance flow through me and into you.
Another lamp bearer. Should you end up one of the few to earn a vestige, I'll tend to it, as I do, for whatever it's worth, and until I'm in the ground myself. The hallowed sentinels and Rogar will both show you horror enough, but nothing like what that lamp brings into view. And remember, you look into the shadows, might be the shadows look back.
In Radiance, judgment. Our Immaculate Lady will. In Radiance, judgment. Our Immaculate Lady will bring redemption.
Lo, the latest
Yeah.